Freeman, how are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm well, and you?
Pretty good. Getting all set up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00694. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Leaney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Freeman.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Lee.
Sir, you are Joseph Leaney, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Leaney?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. Yep.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a, this actually was set because we got a report back finding competency in the matter. And both counsel have been able to review that report, is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I have. Thank you.
All right. So how are we proceeding today, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a stipulation to the findings of the report.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Freeman?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So that is for the report. Just so we're working on the same, that is from December 16, 2024. And that was done by Kevin Duran.
That's the one I have.
All right. All right. And that's the same report, Mr. Freeman.
It is, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So I'm gonna sign the order finding competency pursuant to the report, competence stand trial, and continue the next stage of this preliminary examination. And I will sign the document accordingly. That's 12/19/2020.
There's something I want to say about that document. So he said, my doctor described something that I didn't say, that I met Donald Trump in Sudan. It's not true. That is not true. So I met Donald Trump in Clinton, Michigan. Isn't that good? Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leaney.
You're welcome.
We'll set this. So the order of competency has been signed. And we'll set this for prelim.
If we could set it for PCC, I have an offer in mind, but I need approval from my higher ups.
All right. And then is this the only file or is this a global resolution?
This would be the only file as far as I'm aware.
So let's set for PCC. That would be out in January sometime.
Yes.
I have a date for if we were going to go to evaluation. We can set it on any date for. All right. So that would be a Thursday or Friday, right?
I guess it depends on which week we do. I'm trying.
So I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter for my purposes.
Yeah. We know where you're going to be.
We do, correct. Yes.
So,
as long as it's a Thursday or Friday.
So let's do. Yeah, I think either way because.
JS isn't letting me access.
So let's do January. So we can do January 9th, 16th, or 23rd. Or 10th, 17th, or 24th. That's the Thursday, Friday.
I'm available any of those days. I would defer to
Mr. Freeman,
Mr.
do you have a
Freeman.
preference?
Anything after the 15th of January, Judge.
Let's do it. Let's do January 17th.
Thank you.
So we'll set for probable cause conference on January 17th. And we'll set it for 9. All right, so this has been set for PCC on January 17th at 9 a.m.
Can you send the doctor to Atlanta so that I can get away from here for a minute?
It'll be the PCC is set for January 17th. You can probably attend the PCC by Zoom, and then once we set the prelim, it'll be live. All right, sir?
Your Honor, will his bond be reinstated now that he's found competent?
His bond will be set. His bond is set at 10,010%. That's what his bond is set at.
So he'll return to jail then?
Well, no, is he at the facility for referral purposes?
I believe he's at the facility for referral purposes, so if they're going to release him and he hasn't posted bond, I believe he would be.
Yeah,
returned
so
to
if he
jail.
is not posted bond, he'll be returned to jail. That's correct.
Thank you.
Has he posted?
He posted
10,000, he posted the $1,000.
last time, I looked it up. I can't look it up right now.
Yeah, I don't think I can attend the jail because I already pay that, and that's
It's
why
10,000, 10%.
I already pay that.
But that's right, he was out last time, so I think he did post it.
All right.
Yeah. So he would probably be released from the facility.
Yeah, he's so at this point in time, if he's actually posted bond, he will be released. His bond was set at 10,000, 10%. The council's indicating that he was released last time and then went but that's what the bond was set at, 10,000, 10%. This is on a resisting obstructing. I'm not going to change that. So the indication is that he would be released. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right. So bond is set at 10,000, 10%. It appears that he has made that and he will be released. PCC is set for January 17th at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in docket 24-00694, Ms. Wilson?
I would just request if the facility could maybe provide a phone number for Mr. Leany to Mr. Freeman, so that when he is released, Mr. Freeman has a contact point for him.
Mr. Yeah, the only request is from the prosecutor, and I think it's a valid request. We want to make sure we can contact Mr. Leany. And so do you have a contact number for Mr.
Absolutely.
Leany? So there's for his public, it's really for your lawyer.
We'll make sure that he gets it. Yep.
All right, they'll make sure so that'll be given to the Ingham County Public Defender's Office care of Mr. Freeman for that PCC date set on January 17th at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record, Mr. Freeman?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, I'll see everybody on that date on January 17th. You should be all set, Mr. Leany. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Then Mr. Hintz, you're here on 23-00611. That is Gary Coltrider versus Stevie Cole and Amy Cole. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00611. Gary Coltrider versus Stevie Cole and Amy Cole. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Hintz.
John Hintz appearing for the plaintiff, Gary Coltrider, P47968. Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. And ma'am, you are Amy Cole, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And sir, you are Stevie Cole?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Thank you. I have this set today for discovery after the bench warrant was set. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Hintz?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. Plaintiff is unaware, was a bond posted on either of these?
It was there was a 250 PR posted. Well, it was PR bond on Amy Cole and Stevie Cole.
Okay.
The PR
Very
bond
good.
was both. What? So they are here today. Have you had the opportunity to speak to the Coles concerning any discovery issues?
No, Your Honor, not yet. That's if you want to put us into a conference room, we can speak there. And then when we're done, I can come back and let the court know that we're all set. And
All right.
at the end of it then.
All right. So, Mr. Did you want to meet with them together or did you want to meet with them in separate rooms?
We can do it in one room and that's fine.
All right.
That'd probably be easier.
All right. As part of this discovery proceeding, is this a creditor-debtor exam? Because I can swear them both in if you'd like.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. Yes, that would
All
be
right.
fine, sir.
All right. All right. So Amy Cole and Stevie Cole, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and place you in a room with Mr. Kintz. And so that'll be a breakout room. So you should get a prompt to go to room 1. Mr. Hintz, along with Stevie Cole and Amy Cole, and then we'll come back and put it on the record. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Hintz, you'll go to room 1. Mr. Cole, you will also go to room 1. And Ms. Cole, you'll also go to room 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Then we have Dennis Scott and Catrice Gray. You can come forward. Yeah, I just kept it because they're not done yet. We'll see what. All right, you can have a seat. All right, so we're back on the record in docket 24-06305. That is Dennis Scott versus Catrice Gray. This is a termination of tenancy hearing. I have it was previously set. I have Ms. Gray, you were going to meet with legal services. That didn't happen, or?
I did contact them and they said that
it was pretty much like nothing they could pretty much do for
All
me.
right. I also, and there's an also indication, Mr. Scott, that the original the plaintiff the place was owned by D&B Homes LLC, and you've indicated now that you've received some type of title, and so it is in your name.
Yes.
And do you have that paperwork with you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, great. Why don't you hand that to Ms. Slaviak and let me take a look at that. So this is dated as of December 4th, 2024, and it is a quit claim deed. That D&B Homes LLC, a Michigan Limited Liability Company, 3943 Bridgeport, known as Granters Quit Claims Dennis Scott and Beverly Scott. The address at 3943 Bridgeport Drive, Lansing, Michigan. And that's the address we're talking about. No?
No, 2311 Green Belt Drive.
This one is a quit claim deed for addresses 3943 Bridgeport, known as grantees. The following described premises situation. Lot 56, more commonly known as 2311 Greenbelt. And is that your address, ma'am?
Yes, 2311.
Greenbelt, okay. So they placed their own address. That's your address, 3943 Bridgeport.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And this was dated December 3rd of 2024. And when did you file this action? Because I'm wondering why I have the note from August 30th indicating that this was just filed.
You only get a current one. We should.
No, you've got to have, this note indicates that as of August 30th, you weren't in control of it. And now you've given me a note of December.
Yeah, when we were here last time, we told you that we showed you the paper that we had just filed out.
No, you didn't give me anything from last time. I told you to go get me proof that you own the property. And your proof that you own the property is dated December 3rd of this year.
Well, that's what they put on it. I don't know about that, but it's from back.
But I mean,
No.
if you don't know about that, that's what you've handed me.
Because that's what you asked me to get.
No, I asked you to get me something before August 30th that indicates you own the property. And you've got me something from December that indicates you own the property.
Well, that's what they gave it to.
Well, don't you want, all right, well, if this
No.
is your evidence, you don't own the property. You didn't, let's see,
Sir,
as of August 30th, you didn't own the property.
yes, I did.
Well, you didn't prove it to me today.
I've been everywhere that we.
Evidently not, evidently not. This is of Tuesday. This is of 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, you own the property.
We own the property way back when. I'm telling you, I've owned the
So
property.
that's not what this says.
I couldn't make you go all the way back. I don't know how they do that. I don't know their paperwork, but we showed them.
Well, it's your job to know to get me information so I can say this suit is valid.
Applied in 2010, and then you told us that wasn't good enough.
Right. Well, we had showed the last time we was in here, we showed where we got it designed way back.
That
We
was
put
2010.
Yes.
In 2010, you gave me paperwork that indicated you own the property
But it was still.
last time.
But it was still.
Do you have that paperwork with you?
It should be. But it-
All right, so let me see. I mean, this is not cleared up.
This.
You filed the complaint on August 29th. Do you have anything that indicates you are the owner of the property as of August 29th or before August 29th? Because this tells me you're the owner of the property in December. And this doesn't come from me, this comes from the civil department. The civil department indicates that you're not the owner of the property. D&B is the owner of the property.
which is us.
I don't know that.
This is where the problem, here's that paper, guy.
Right, give that to my,
That's the paper. So
this indicates that there's a certificate of dissolution from D&B Homes on February 21st, 2018. Okay. That doesn't tell me you're the owner of the property. That's just a certificate of dissolution.
and we keep using that, we doing everything that
You don't have a title, you don't have anything official that says you're the owner of the property?
everything keeps coming up with DMV favor until we went through these steps to get that.
This is from Laura, and this indicates there's a certificate of dissolution on February 21st, 2018.
So you
So
tell
that doesn't, I'm not going to tell you anything. You have to prove your case. Do you understand that? You have to prove your case. I'm not here to give you legal advice. I'm not here to help you. You have to prove your case, and what you proved your case is, which is one of the notes from civil that that I'm looking at. Let me erase that. Is that they kind of don't know what to do with this case because they don't have you as the property owner of the case. They have D&B as property owner. I don't know how to fix that.
we don't either. We've been trying.
But you need to fix that before you file a complaint. I mean, you've got to fix it. You've got to be the owner of the property. Now, this is a termination of tenancy. So I mean, are you still in the?
I'm still in the home, and I've had to, since it was red tagged, I had to vacate the home. I've endured lots of things since the day I moved in.
Well,
He's taken money from me. I have a receipt, and I don't have a lease. He's never given it to me. And as soon as I gave the money, it was told to me, "Oh, we were going to evict you anyway."
Oh my God.
Well, this is the second time that we've come here, and this is the second time I still don't know who owns the property. And there's no lease. You're not in the residence.
I'm in it now because the home is not red tagged any longer. I called the city.
That's why the city's here, right?
Yes.
Because I think I requested.
Yes, because of the situation and so forth. And I've been going through this since I moved in.
Well, let's have the city from the city. I think the investigator. Let's hear what she has to say, because that'll be somewhat interesting to me, because this isn't making any sense.
Thank you.
All right. So, and I don't know if you would try. I'm going to have you come up here and please state your first name and your last name for the record.
Here.
Yes.
Meredith Johnson.
And spell them both for the record, please.
MEREDITH. Johnson, JOHNSON.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Have a seat. Now, just tell me, based on what you know of the premises of 2311 Greenbelt, and I think you were responsible, or you had something to do with the tagging.
I did.
Okay, tell me about that.
I was contacted in November I believe it was November 12th, by the tenant that there was a hole in her roof. So I came out to look at the conditions, and there was in fact a hole in her roof.
All right, and that the tenant would be Miss Gray, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And who is the owner of the home at that point?
Well, I was just a little confused when you guys were talking about that, because we do not set up that information in the system. We would go based on whatever is listed on the assessors.
All right.
So and our front staff does that. but I believe our system as well says D&B Homes LLC.
Right, which is what the city said. That's what our civil department said.
Right,
All right. So you red tagged it.
I did.
Okay. And what does that mean?
That nobody can live in the home until those repairs are made.
All right. And then, this is good for me.
Yes.
So it's 8 to 5 that the repairs can be made,
Yep.
but nobody can be inside that residence.
No, so the basic rules are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 to do repairs, move things out.
Right.
No kids, pets, animal, things like that,
Right.
but we would allow somebody to enter between that time to do repairs or move their belongings
Right.
out. But they
So it's
cannot
really a
live there.
safety issue at that point.
Correct.
And then the tag was removed at some point in time.
It was after a building permit was pulled to repair the damage to the roof.
Okay.
And so once that was inspected and approved by our building inspector, then I went back, I set up a time to go back and walk through with the tenant to verify things had been repaired. And then I removed the tag.
Okay. And what date was that?
December 10th.
Okay. So that would be last week, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. All right. You've answered all my questions.
Okay.
That's really just what I wanted. I wanted to know who the city had owning the property and then what was done on it. So you're free to leave. You've answered all my questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Right. So we still, Mr. Scott, we still have the problem with that you filed suit and we don't have you as owner of the property. I don't know what to do about that.
So I'm paying for all this stuff out of my pocket.
I don't know why you're paying for all this stuff out of your pocket because D&B owns the property unless you can show me different.
Code complaint, I know, code complaint is sending the paperwork right to my house, is the same thing, and that's what we do.
All right, so who's D&B then?
We are, Dennis
We
and
are.
Beverly.
Do you have anything to indicate that you are D&B, or did you write down your names in mistake here? Then you did not go forward as D&B. Because the problem is if you are D&B, you're doing business as D&B, you wrote your names and actual address on this. You didn't write D&B and that's our city, our department doesn't know. They just know that D&B is involved in a lawsuit. They don't know that, and you've placed that you're involved in a lawsuit.
I am D&B.
Yeah, but we don't know that.
That was the LLC that we got when we first bought the property.
All right.
Then we dissolved it. That's the paperwork you got.
You dissolved the LLC and you are D&B.
And we're doing some Beverly, yes.
All right. All right. So you're claiming to be D&B Homes LLC, and then you dissolved it.
Yes.
All right. But you didn't file the lawsuit. So the lawsuit was, so when you when you dissolved, is there anything that has you, well, you provided me as of December 3rd. That's part of your problem.
Well, you had us go back to do that to clear it up.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we can't make them go back and put the date.
You cleared it up as of December 3rd.
But we couldn't get up to.
Is the problem. I
See,
mean,
all this time, we thought that we were out of that LLC.
Oh.
We could not figure out why it kept coming up on our paperwork since it was way back then when we got it dissolved. It's been printed up on everything. And we couldn't figure it out. But anyway, we know that we're not under the LLC no more. It's just Dennis and Beverly that own it. Until we come to court here, we didn't know that that was an issue or a problem because we hadn't had that problem.
And you're indicating today that Ms. Gray has violated the lease that you don't have.
Correct.
Okay, so tell me in what, so let's have a hearing, okay? And I'm gonna hear from you and we'll go through all this on the record. And then we'll make a decision based on what you're telling me. because I can't adjourn this again. We've got to go through the hearing. But I now know the red tag situation. The red tag situation is has been taken care of from the city's perspective. All right. So I'm gonna so Mr. Scott, I'm gonna have you state your first name and last name for the record.
Dennis, Dennis, Scott, Scott.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. So, Mr. Scott, under oath, you're indicating that you used to be D&B Homes LLC.
Correct.
All right. And I have, and we can mark this as Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Give us some time. So we'll do this. So yeah, Exhibit 1 will be the front copy receipt, and Exhibit 2 will be the official land record. All right. So I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 1 and 2, or Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 and 2, and you're going to tell me what they are, okay? So Exhibit 1 is the dissolution of D&B Homes. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And and you used to be, yourself and your wife were the owners of D&B Homes LLC.
Correct.
All right. And that was Dennis Scott and Beverly Scott. All right.
Correct.
And then so then you filed the lawsuit in August of this year, and our for whatever reason D&B Homes still comes up. So I don't know why it hasn't been dissolved, but you're gonna have to make that claim to the civil department. But this says that you are the owners of the residence at 2311 Greenbelt. That was quit claim to you from D&B Homes, which was a limited license company. All right. All right. So I think that clears it up as far as I'm concerned in regards to whether you own the property or not. Now, how long has Miss Gray been living there?
Since the beginning of July, actually.
So July of 2024.
Correct. We even gave her the keys a couple of days early.
All right. And you filed this lawsuit in August? So, I mean, I have this lawsuit. Once I get on base to work here. I have it, the note from the civil department to be August 30th, and then when I looked at it, the lawsuit was filed somewhere in August. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So 1 month after she took possession. Okay. And you didn't have a lease with her. You didn't have a written lease.
No, she didn't sign a lease, only because she's supposed to pay the deposit and the first month's rent before she signed the lease, and she never came up with the money.
All right. And so how much was she supposed to pay a month?
$950.
All right. And how much was she supposed to pay in deposit?
$950.
All right. So $950 for the deposit, $950 for the month.
Correct.
So you filed a lawsuit after 1 month after for that and that's what you were owed.
At that time, yeah.
Okay. All right. And it's my understanding that the house was red tagged. Is that correct?
During the course of it.
Right. But not during July and August.
No.
All right. All right. Have you received any money from Miss Gray since then?
Yes, after when before she got in there, she had $700 something.
So that $700 goes to the,
It was towards the rent, and I also got there with promises that they'll pay the rest every week, and that never
all
happened.
right, so you received $700, so that comes off the $950. All right, so that's minus the $700. Have you received any other money since then?
No,
All right. So essentially, you're saying there was an implied, that on some level, there was implied lease here that she's to live there, and she hasn't paid anything towards the lease. She hasn't, but she's given you $700, which is taken away from the $950 security deposit and $950 initial rent.
correct.
Is it that's and then so that would be that would be July's rent, and then August, September, October, November. Okay, so then 4 months. But the house was red tagged at a point.
When the holes in the roof was red tagged.
So, and we know that it was red tagged as of up until from November to last week. Is that well, it was red tagged to last week.
I have a copy of she called and told us there's a hole in the roof like Monday night.
What day was that?
Can my wife come up here? Cause
she can testify, but I
she
mean,
knows the
what?
paperwork.
Yeah, what?
Look on the email. The text message.
I don't know if that's going to be in dispute, but
But she got the emails and stuff.
I can tell you what day.
what day is that? I don't think we're disputing the day. I just want to know what date it is.
That's fine. I'm not disputing the day either.
And this, for the record, this is Miss Gray, Catrice Gray. Just I'm just wondering what day, because we know that it was that the red tag was cleared up in last week, December 10th.
Yes.
That's when they got out to do it.
This was on Monday, November 11th.
So about a month.
Yep. Because it happened on a Sunday.
All right. And if you need to give the paperwork to your wife to see, but that seems to be in line with that was the date that at least was everybody's put on notice that the house was red tagged.
I'm not sure what day that house was red tagged. It was just like.
What is the, all right, so let's get you up here, ma'am, and so you can come up here. And I'm gonna have you state and spell your first name and last name for the record. So what's your first name and last name?
Beverly, Beverly.
Okay, and your last name?
Scott, Scott.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Let's see if you can get us a date that matches, because I don't want to be arguing about how long the house was red tagged for.
Right. See, I'm not sure when the house was red tagged. We never got a notice or anything.
Oh, you know the house was red tagged.
Yeah, we happened to pass by and see it.
What date do you have? This is your case. You're supposed to prove your case.
Right.
So
it had to be probably when the hole got in the roof. And that happened on.
Do you have the report?
November 10th.
Yes.
All right, let me see the report. That's a report from the city.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. We're gonna have this marked as exhibit 3. Let's make that let's make it A. Defense exhibit A. I'm gonna move to admit the city's report.
have an invoice here that's when the roof is fixed.
All right, so. Well, she already indicated that she pulled the tag on December 10th.
Yes. She called me and met me.
And it looks like November 12th was the date, which is it's a 1 day difference.
Yeah.
All right, so November 12th was the date that the house was red tagged with a hole in the roof. And then the tag was called, but the tag was pulled on December 10th. All right, so it's my understanding that the indication here is that pursuant to what you're claiming, that there was no lease, okay? There's no signed lease, that there was, because there was never lease done, because the tenant was supposed to pay $950 for a security deposit, $950 for the initial rent, that's July rent. And then we went to August, September, October, and November. And then December, but the house was red tagged from November to December.
No, it wasn't red tag.
But it's from November 12th to December 10th, they just said. The report was done November 12th, and the city officer, code compliance, said they pulled the tag on December 10th.
Yeah.
Because
That's why I had her testify.
no, but I didn't get you to say that because
So are you disputing, you're disputing that, I know you've got a bill saying it was fixed. Okay, did you want me to consider the bill that was fixed?
yes.
All right, I'll give me that bill. Yep, you can give it to Ms. Slaviak, but the tag, you have to agree that the city pulled the tag on December 10th.
Right.
The city.
All right, that's all I'm getting you to agree to, right? Is that they pulled the tag on December 10th. You're indicated that work was done on the house on well, this doesn't have a date on it. I have an invoice date of November 12th and a due date of November 12th and a due date of December 12th on the invoice. And there was paid in full, but those are pretty much the dates I just gave you. Those are the dates I just gave you. So this confirms the dates I just gave you. So you're not arguing that
the repair was done in 3 days from the time that.
Well,
I understand with that. I just seen the invoice.
The invoice is November 12th, 2024. Due date is December 12th, 2024. Those are the dates on the invoice. And the compliance officer,
what is that red tag for?
Miss Johnson, indicated for a hole in the roof. Okay. Yeah.
But then after that,
she indicated that that from November 12th to December 10th, it was red tagged.
okay. And once the roof was repaired, Miss Johnson said that she stated that the electrical was messed up.
I don't know about that. All I know is that the tag was
right.
pulled.
Yeah, it was pulled after we had to go get an electrician to come out and check and say, was
All
there
right.
nothing wrong with the electricity?
Yeah, it went from.
All right, well, all I have is that the tag was pulled as a
Right.
testimony on
Yeah,
December 10th.
it was pulled
Okay.
in. Yeah.
So I guess we can mark this as plaintiff's exhibit 3, which just coincides with everything we've already known.
Okay.
While the red tag was on.
You gotta, none of this is on the record while she's marking the exhibit. So what is the full request today for?
For the money owed to us and
For the rent.
and for the rent. And
So this is a termination of tenancy. This is not a non-payment of rent.
then What's the difference? They didn't tell us that either. Oh, yeah.
But you don't have, I mean, termination of tenancy means that she did something to violate the lease. Non-payment of rent means that she didn't pay the rent. So are you indicating that she violated the lease by not paying rent?
Right.
Correct.
All right. And
And
all right, go ahead.
And also, because we've been having to pay the board and water and light, which was supposed to went over into her.
It
name.
is in my name.
Is
and they
that in the
turned it
lease?
off.
Is that in this non-existent lease?
Oh, my goodness. We have work paperwork here.
I have paperwork too.
Well,
that-
let me see it.
Well, it doesn't mean anything because it's not in a lease because there is no lease. I don't know. I mean, this is no way to do business. You know that.
Well, we were trying to get her out since she
Yeah.
hadn't paid, and now this is the stuff that they.
Right. So I understand the nature that what I'll tell you. I'll indicate if something needs. Right now, I've seen that there is non-payment of rent and security deposit.
Okay, and I have here a text message that says consumers, yes, board while or not, light, not yet. They want me to pay a deposit, which I don't have at this time.
All right.
That was when I first moved in and it was changed.
All right. All right. We're staying away from that.
Yeah, well.
So now you're once again, neither one of you, you're not presenting the court with any type of lease.
Yeah, I believe
We have one, but we have her
haven't
signed.
signed. I mean, at least it pertains
Because
to.
she didn't pay. No,
She
we're
never
gonna have her
paid.
signed. And
So
we
you
wanted her out. She wouldn't go.
right, but you based your lawsuit on a lease that's not existent.
Okay.
But I mean, that's a problem, but
I don't understand that because I'm not gonna let her sign a lease if she hasn't paid the money. It's like you move in anywhere, you put down.
all right, well, you can do business any way you want.
No,
But the way that most people do business is they sign a lease and then they violate on a lease that's been signed. You can do business any way you want. It's your business. All right. All right. I've got three exhibits and an indication that you're due some Social Security and some rent in this matter. And the house was rad tagged from November 12th to December 10th. Okay. Do you have anything else you wanted to share with the court?
Yes, and between that and the electrical,
I'm not dealing with electric. You don't have no lease, so I know what you can tell me, but you can tell me whatever you want about that, and then it's probably going to be disputed. But have at it. You can tell me whatever you want.
this is what helped extend.
You extended a lease that didn't exist.
That's all right.
So any bills that you have, any consumer bills, electricity bills, I'm willing to look at them.
She said it's in her name, but it's in mine.
It's not in your name. You turned it off when I was on vacation.
I can't turn it off.
Yes, you did.
Oh, my goodness.
That's enough.
Okay,
Just let me see whatever paperwork you have,
I have.
and we'll mark it as an exhibit with utilities.
That went with that yellow one. And
All right. So let's mark this packet as plaintiff's exhibit 4, and we'll mark it just as utilities.
and this is Bug Street over here. Here's the whole Bug Street. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is that? Oh, some more bills on. This is July 2024, which is when you moved in.
I moved in on the 28th.
Well, all right.
June.
Any other evidence you want to present to the court from the plaintiff? From the plaintiff Mr. Scott or Miss Scott? Any other evidence?
Where's for that electrical, nothing's wrong. That's the electric.
Oh, you got these.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's it.
All right, for the defense now, the plaintiff has rested. And this is plaintiff's exhibit 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ms. Catrice, I'm gonna have you state and spell your first name and last name for the record. So it's Miss Gray.
Yes.
Okay,
this is
so
Gray.
Catrice Gray, and spell your first name and last name for the record.
Catrice, and it's spelled Catrease, last name Gray, Gray.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. So, Ms. Gray, you've heard the plaintiff's case on some level. I'm just gonna ask you some questions and then,
That's fine.
okay. So you were responsible for moving into the residence in July.
He gave me the keys in July and stated that they were having a family function and he would not be available until the 1st of July.
All right, and so what was your understanding of how much you were to pay in regards to?
It was $950 and I had no problem paying that, but on the day that I was initially to pay them, that great big bed bugs came crawling across my bed after I just took the plastic off my bed.
Okay, so how about the Social Security deposit? Did you pay that?
Nope, he told me I was going to give it to him. And like I said, I texted him the very night I got off work on the 1st, because I had a double shift. And I texted him when the bed bugs came crawling across my bed. His wife, I text her, and she in fact said, "Oh, we don't feel comfortable renting you the house, move out."
Did you eventually pay the $700?
I did, because me and Mr. Scott had talked and he said, well, I'll go ahead and, we'll work something out and we'll start over fresh or whatever.
And what date did you move out on?
What date did I have not moved out.
You have not moved out. You've always been in it.
When the house was red tagged, I was out that day.
Previously to being red tagged, did you ever move out?
I did have to go into a hotel because of my job. I could not come with that.
And how long was that?
I stayed for a night and I hopped at different friends' house because I was trying to figure out a way to.
So how long was that?
Oh, they did it in a month, after a month. From the 1st of July till I want to say the 14th of August. And that's when.
And you have any of that in writing that you said we got a beg bug problem?
Everything.
Okay, so you wrote to them and told them that?
I told them that I needed.
But it has to be, the law requires it to be in writing.
Yes, I have everything in writing from the time that I went to these.
So why don't you just give me the first time that you wrote to them and said, I've got a bed bug problem?
Okay. This is everything in reference to it, to the bed bugs. The texts, I'm sorry, they're so big, but I could not figure out a way to make it smaller.
So what date, I have this as correspondence.
Here, I'm sorry, I forgot one as well. And I tried to give that to him as well, and he would not take it.
This is for the indication. As opposing has Mr. Gray seen any of this paperwork?
Has who?
As
It would be in his wife's phone.
yeah, but has he seen this? Because I'm
Yes,
this is
I
an
sent
exhibit
that
now.
to them as
where
well.
it's-
No, I have not.
All right.
I sent them the Orkin bill because that's the only way I could have. It's a
So
text
this
right
this
behind.
Oregon bill is for July 3rd. Date of service July 3rd.
Yes, because that was the only day, it was the 1st of July that I saw it. The 3rd was the day I got them to come in. And then I had to pay them $100 for them to tell me that there were bed bugs. And I also, at the time before I moved in, I asked Mr. Scott. He said the previous tenants were very messy and they had torn the house up. There was a box of bed bug, like fogger, and I said, did they have bed bugs? He said, oh, I took care of that by an exterminator. There's like a note behind that.
That was a text.
Yeah,
That
that
looks
was
like
the
a
text that I was sending him that goes with that. I just could not put them together like they should, but I did the best to my ability.
All right, has Mr. Scott seen this Orkin bill?
Yes,
No.
I sent it to his wife.
You can hand that to him and he can,
I didn't see no Orkin bill.
you might as well just hand him all the stuff and then.
Was that her?
When I tried to hand him that, when he brought me.
You're all set.
No.
When he brought me a paper for eviction, I tried handing him the bill for the hotel. He said, I don't want that. I said, well, you might want a copy. And he said, no. And I kept trying to plead with them told them I would even pay for the extermination because of my type of work. I work with people. And
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Moore's Living Connection. I'm a medical coordinator and I work for CMH and I work with people as well.
So at some point in time, you decided not to pay rent?
I had contacted the city in reference to all the different issues I had in the home. There was no hot water because he didn't even know that the water heater was electric. He came and unscrewed the water heater to light an electric water heater. But if it's your home, you would have known that, right?
Right, but I just asked you a yes or no question. At some point in time, you stopped paying rent because.
Yes,
okay.
when I contacted the city and I told them about the issues I had, they said, you should not give him any money.
And so you put the money in escrow?
No, after I discovered we had bed bugs, I tried to reason with them because I said this would have been the same issue with the next tenant. They sat here after that, well, we're not paying it. I said, I will pay it, but I'm not gonna pay you rent too if I'm paying this extermination bill.
At this point in time, you've only paid $700.
At this point, I hadn't paid anything because when I first moved in, there was bed bugs everywhere.
Okay, so you contacted the city. How much money towards rent did you put in escrow?
I didn't put any because I had to stay in the hotel this entire time. And then I had to pay for all my belongings being laundered, which I explained to them. They sat and told me that they would not pay for an exterminator.
So you've had the opportunity to see that?
Yeah, first time seeing it.
That's
All
not
right,
true.
you can bring those up. Megan, you can grab those and
These,
what you're handing right there in your hand that they've seen. And we'll have this marked as Defense Exhibit B.
Every apartment complex I've contacted in the midst of that, because I would have moved out, they were not going to let me move in due to the fact that house was infested with bed bugs.
did you give them paper for the exterminator treated?
And they knew that there were bed bugs before moving there. And like I said, they told me, oh, we had plenty of people that could have moved in. Well, you should have let them move in then. And
You gotta stop talking
the
so
same.
we can just get her on the mic, or else we'll pick you up on the mic too. And the transcript will have everybody. So, all right. So if I understand Defense Exhibit B correct, It's a travel lodge that you paid for $77.
That was during that time.
Okay, it is the Orkin indicating there was a bed bug inspection done on the 2311 Greenbelt address, and it was done on July 3rd.
Mhm.
That one and then explain to me the two texts.
Can I stand up there? Because I can't.
Well, I don't have a date on either one of these.
That's where I was trying to get at the top. On one of them, there's a date on there. I can't, for some reason, like I said, it won't go smaller.
So I have July 19th.
Yeah, July 19th, and it goes up from that point. But we were talking verbally at that point.
All right, and on the other one, I don't have anything to indicate when this was done.
That one, if I can look.
Yeah, it's just 2 pages and there's no date on either one. So
this is when he came for the.
You can testify to that. Go and have a seat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay? You can testify to that, but there's no indication.
I can look on my phone, but
That's all right. That's all right. You would agree with me. There's no indication of when the text took place. Not like this one. This one actually has a July 19th date at the bottom.
Because they were broken up. Because they were so long.
I'm just indicating. I'm not arguing with you.
I
just saying. So July 19th is on here, and this one doesn't have a date.
Yeah, I just don't have. It's in August because that's when I gave him the money.
All right.
And he didn't give me.
And that was the $700.
Yes. And I said he didn't give me a lease at that time.
All right. So your testimony here is that there was no money in escrow, there was no lease on the property, and that you didn't want to live in the property because it was infested.
Yes. I have to throw away my bed when I move out. And it's $1,000 bed.
But you're still in the property now.
It's already been cleared now from bed bugs at this point, but the refrigerator is, I can't.
Any proof of that it's been cleared?
Yes, the exterminator.
Well, that's of July 3rd.
He's come back and looked at the home again.
Do you have any invoice of that?
No, he don't give me anything. He just.
You didn't have anything in writing that says he came back and it's clear to live in now?
He came back afterwards and checked, and that was all through them. All that was through them.
All right.
But I do have my hotel stays that I had to endure, which are over the amount of rent that I paid, that I have right here in my hand.
Okay.
And it exceeds what they're asking because of the time that I had to be in a hotel.
Okay.
And the house has been inadequate since I moved in, but after the bed bugs, it was just very difficult for me to move somewhere else because no one wanted to deal with that if it was a possibility.
All right. Rebuttal from the plaintiff.
Can I show you this one?
You can show me that, but you're gonna have to explain it to me.
Okay.
Okay, why do you want me to see this?
Because that's the repairs done to the house. Ever since we had this house, we've always been able to have a code compliance.
You had, June 17th is $1,200.
No.
April 3rd is
That's the
20
repairs
is
we had in the
33,
house.
but that doesn't include this tenant.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I'm saying the house was up to snuff before she moved.
No.
in.
Then
But evidently not, because Orkin found it to be infested.
Or we turned around, I gave you the paper there for the exterminator that once we heard that, we paid the exterminator to come out anyways. When she first moved in, before we heard about bed bug, the whole living room was full of boxes and this, that, and the other.
I gave him his bed bug bomb.
For 2
back to
days
him and his
before
wife.
she called talking about bed bugs, because she brought them in with her now.
And on those
That's a
papers,
lie.
you see where before she even moved in, it was exterminated. They put in new carpet, they
Yes.
put in a new bathroom, they did everything. There's the improvement
All right.
right there,
Yes.
before she even moved in.
Yes.
That's
And
not
nobody
true.
else was in the house but her.
That's not true because all my stuff was in storage and
All
I
right,
lived with
I'm gonna make a decision based on the proofs of the case.
Well, can I give these,
You can, you
Because-
certainly can give me whatever you want.
and I did also endure a lot of hardship dealing with this house. My doctor has actually prescribed more medication because of what they were doing.
Right.
I felt like I was being preyed on
Right.
because if he had so many people that wanted this house, why didn't you go for them?
All
My
right.
pastor vouched for him. And when I told my pastor was very upset.
All right, so the defense exhibit A is in a packet. We'll have this marked as defense exhibit B and C. Although we probably did a B already.
I think we're on C and D, sir.
So C and D,
Doesn't matter which is which.
I don't think it matters.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. No, because it doesn't. But I want to make sure I don't see a B. Oh, here it is.
Did we do B?
We have an A. I think that's a B. Is that, I can't,
Yes, okay,
and then that'll be C and D.
thank you.
All right, well. C. C and D. This case is kind of a mess, all right? I mean, it really is on both sides, all right? Plaintiff, you have to prove your case, and defense doesn't have to prove anything, but I believe you've proven some of your case, all right? And I could get into, and you don't, it's not like you come in with any witnesses here, okay? You just come in with paperwork, and then we're trying to decipher our way through the paperwork. There's no, and I don't see a lease. There's no signed lease, all right? And I'm not telling you how to do your business, but but it helps if you have a lease so I can tell, okay, they owe this much amount of rent. This is all word of mouth kind of handshake stuff, and it gets hard to prove. It gets hard to prove this. Now, I do believe that the tenant was living in the residence, all right? I think that, but I think she indicated, and there indicates that there was a bed bug issue, okay? And I don't have any way of, I do have that Orkin July 1st indication that it was infested at least there was a bed bug issue. I don't know if infestation's a word, but there was a bed bug issue, all right? But the law requires certain things. The law requires you put it in writing, which I think the tenant has done on some level, okay? I think the law requires you put it any non-payment in escrow. The tenant has indicated she has not placed any in escrow, okay? The city came in, and that's why kind of we're here. When was it red tagged? And I think we're all on the same date. It was about the last month. About the last month it's been red tagged from November 10th to December 12th, okay, in that arena. And so it looked, and for whatever reason, I don't know why you do business this way, but then I've never met you, and I'm based credibility based on, all right, this is the paperwork, and then we're stuck with this type of credibility. And then I'm based on, there's an indication that she's not telling the truth, or the tenant's not telling the truth, the landlord is, and I don't know. I'm just basing on what I see in the paperwork. I don't know whose name the utilities was in. I don't know. And so I'm removing that because I just don't know. Okay. I don't know who to believe on that one. And so I just have these bills that somebody was paying the utilities. That's what I know. Okay. I do have that the tenant was responsible for 2 payments of $950 due to actually be in the place. Okay. And it was never paid. There was no security deposit. There was no rent. And then these issues came about after that. So we have the $950, which would end up being $1,900. I think everybody agrees that the tenant paid $700 of that. Okay, so that's $1,200. Now, in August, November, December, I'm discounting. That house was red tagged. Okay, nobody could live in that house. Nobody could be in that house. Okay, I mean that the city said so. The city in the report says nobody should be in this house. Okay, so from November, December, I got to discount that. Okay, the October and November, well, December, November. So we have September and October rent is what we're dealing with. Okay, and that's 2 more months of $950. Okay, but we have a problem because the tenant says she couldn't live in that place because it was infested. She had to live elsewhere. I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, I know that's the allegation, but we don't have a lease. I don't have anything to say she owes $950 a month per rent. I don't have a lease to terminate tenancy on. It took me a while just to get to the fact that you actually own the property because we still have a dissolution problem. I think this is a fair resolution to this. Not and fair, fair usually means that neither party's happy. Okay, there's a compromise as to both. I do believe the security deposit, initial month's rent, and then then there's this fight. There's a fight over what's going on. Can I live there? I have my other job. Do I want to live there? November, December, the house was obviously red tagged, so it couldn't be in there. So I think 1 month's rent on top of that top of the $1,200 is fair. Okay, and that's going to be my ruling today. The ruling today is I'm ruling for the plaintiff. So I am ruling for the plaintiff by preponderance of the evidence of $1,200 plus rent to be paid, which is $950.
But I got a question.
Well, let me finish and then you can ask. 150 and 0.1. So I want to make sure this is. So I'm ruling today for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,150, which is, I think, a fair indication of doing business the way that this business was done. There's no lease. There's nothing. Ms. Gray, you indicated you had a question.
Yes. How is that fair when I indicated to them immediately that there were bed bugs? I could not move out of that house. I offered to pay for the bed bug extermination. They were just kept saying, move out, move out. Do you know how much I endured to move in? And then I had to wash every single thing in my house, take it to a laundromat. That cost me $350. It cost me $100 for the extermination. Not to mention the refrigerator was not in working order. It's still not working. It is frozen shut to where you cannot cook or make anything in that house.
Okay.
It's unable. They were supposed to fix the refrigerator because it has a water leak.
So you should probably leave the house because it's not.
I want to leave the house, but
now you have 10 days. You have 10 days to get yourself out.
That's fine. But my point is, why would I not be getting reimbursed my own money?
Because you did not put any money in escrow for non-payment of rent.
I couldn't.
All right.
Because I had to live.
That's what the law requires.
The house, he did not even have hot water.
Right.
There was no hot water.
I know you're telling me all those things and I've made a decision based on credibility.
So me not being there, them turning off the electric in the middle, his wife, that's board water or yes, board water and light.
You're telling me you want more money than they're asking.
No,
because
I'm
you
not
paid
saying I
That's what
want
you
more
just-
money. I don't want more money.
You-
I want my money back, the $100. And like I said, that inconvenienced me as well.
Okay.
I had to pay $350 for everything in that house
Right.
to be clean.
Right.
And like I said, I told him I had no problem paying the rent. He sat here, when I've called, they would not answer the phone.
All right.
At all.
Is there anything else you want to share with the court?
Nope.
Okay, you're all set.
Well, I can't ask a question. She gets to talk all the time, but I can't even answer. It's something that's in my mind. I just need to know the answer to.
All right, ask your question.
Sir, I just want to know, Your Honor, when do I get the judgment or how do I get it?
You are supposed to give it to me to sign. I can't legally tell you. The judgment is for $21.50. Okay. You should get a lawyer to help you do the judgment or go down to the civil department to help you do the judgment. I can't advise you on how to practice law. Okay. That's not my business here. That's part of the problem is you're asking for a lease. There is no lease. You're asking for all these things, and that's not my position. My position is to make a judgment on the merits. I have decided that $21.50 is moved for the plaintiff. And ma'am, you have 10 days to get out of the house.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with
All right.
that.
So 10 days to get out of the house, of the plaintiff approving their case by to the level of $21.50. And I will expect an order to be signed that will be presented to myself based on the $21.50 that's ordered. I'm not doing any costs or collections or any type of, it's $21.50 is the straight arrow. Now, the question is, how do you collect that money? And that's up to you. Okay. Yeah. How do you collect the money from Ms. Gray, who's obviously is not, yes, doesn't like the ruling of the court.
Because they preyed on me. That's why.
Right. I understand. I completely understand your feeling, but I'm doing this in relation to what you can do under the law. And what you can do under the law is what I've indicated. So the order is to follow on the case of Dennis Scott versus Catrice Gray. It'll be in the amount of $2,150, and then there'll be a 10-day date from the date I sign it, where you can come in and ask for an eviction after 10 days. So you have to. So after 10 days,
I don't care. I'm gonna be gone.
Okay,
anyway.
after 10 days, they can come in and they can ask for an
Shut
eviction. Ma'am, you got to keep things civil.
No, she just sat here
both
told me
of
to
you- I know,
shut
but
up.
you just keep things civil,
Sure.
right? Right, keep things civil. I'm telling you the process, and the process is after 10 days, once I sign the order of eviction, they can take stuff and they can put it on the corner. And that's what we want to avoid, all right? All right, I can see, so what I'm gonna have you do here,
I'm
so
gonna
you
leave
probably-
anyway.
No, I just want to know, were you waiting on paperwork today or?
no, you'll present it to the civil department, your paperwork that you'll probably get online. There's help online for this, but you're pro per. So, but the number is $21.50 is what I'm going to make a note of that. And the civil department will sign an order with the 10-day notice. All right. I'm going to have the plaintiffs leave first. So you can pack up and leave.
Okay.
All right.
Do we get my paperwork?
Yeah, and I'm going to hand you back your exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
So that'll be all their exhibits. And then Ms. Catrice, I'm gonna have you hang out for about 5 minutes and you can leave next.
You have her exhibits.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Right, and I'm gonna make some notes. I'm gonna have you stay there for about 5 minutes. All right, Mr. Hintz, we're ready on your file. And I believe that is 230611. Mr. Hintz, do you have the opportunity to speak with the Coles in a breakout room?
Yes, we did, Your Honor. And the Coles all answered all of my questions. We've exchanged numbers. We know how to contact one another. So all is good. I instructed them that we were going to come back into the courtroom, but as far as I'm concerned, they're free to go. They've done everything that I've asked of them. So
all right. And so this was so I think it'll be next set. This was for discovery.
We'll wait to hear from them. It's post-judgment, so we'll wait to see if they.
All right. So this is a post-judgment or a collections issue. So we'll wait to hear from the parties, and we won't reset it. All parties met in a breakout room, and we'll wait to hear from the parties. Yeah, I thought maybe we could use the time that you were in the breakout room to get that hearing going. That hearing went much longer than we thought. So you got to be present during all of that, which I don't know if that's a good thing. It's probably a really bad thing, but it did take up a lot of time. All right, so we'll wait to hear from the parties. The discovery hearing is complete.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're very patient.
All right. Anything else for the record in 23000611, Mr. Hintz?
No, Your Honor, we're fine. All is good.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. To both those calls, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. All right, so we're on the record in 2406143. That is LVNV Funding versus Marianne Martinez. And do we have a representative of LVNV Funding?
Yes, Your Honor. Andrew Cates, P78292 for LVNV Funding this afternoon.
All right, thank you. And is there a Marianne Martinez present? I don't believe so.
There's no one in the hallway.
All right. This is a pre-trial. It was scheduled for, let me pull this up on. So this was a pre-trial scheduled for 2:30. It is now 3:12. I don't see Marianne Martinez in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. We called her name in the hallway. It would appear that Mary Martinez has failed to appear, Mr. Cates, for the pretrial today. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I would advise the court that it looks like there was a tentative agreement. There was a conditional dismissal sent to the defendant. However, that conditional dismissal was never returned and signed, so that's why it didn't go through with the court. So
right.
At this point, I would request that the court grant a default judgment, and if we get the conditional dismissal, we'll file that.
All right. Did you want to place any terms on the record for the default judgment?
Yes, Your Honor. There were $1,024.86 in damages, $83.01 in court costs and service fees, $75 attorney fee, for a total of $1,182.87.
All right, and you'll follow that up with an order?
Yes, Your Honor, we will file an order.
All right, and then you can, if you hear differently from Ms. Martinez that there's a reason for her non-appearance and that conditional dismissal is still ongoing, just let us know or let civil know and we can reset it. All right, Mr. Cates?
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2406143, Mr. Cates?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much. Have a happy holiday.
You're all set. Thank you. All right, and so we're on the record in docket 2407190. That is Triad Financial Services versus Linda Ortiz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? From Triad Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Elizabeth Ellison, P82098 for the plaintiff.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, you are Linda Ortiz, is that correct? And you'll have to unmute. Ms. Ortiz, you'll have to unmute, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are Linda Ortiz, ma'am?
Linda Artis.
Artist, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is the time set for a pretrial hearing. Ms. Ellison, did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Artis in a breakout room concerning some of these discovery issues? If the parties had not met, this is an easy time to put them in a breakout room and meet over the topic.
I have not.
Is that something you?
Yeah.
What's that?
I've not met with her because I was patiently watching your trial, but yes, I would like to meet with her.
All right, Miss Artis, would you like the opportunity? So, Miss Artis, I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak with Miss Ellison, who is a representative of Triad Financial, the plaintiff in this matter, and then we can come back and put it on the record. We can, and I have a pretrial statement that we've pretty much filled out if we need to go that route. So, Miss Artis, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Miss Ellison. All right, ma'am?
All right, thank you.
All right, Miss Artis, I'm going to have you assigned to room 1. You'll get a prompt to go to room 1, and Miss Ellison, you'll also get a prompt to go to room 1, and then we'll put it back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. So we're back on the record in 24-07-190. And Miss Ellison, did you have the opportunity to speak with Miss Artis in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor, and what we're going to ask for today is if we could just adjourn this proceeding for 30 days. I'm going to work with her in regards to a repayment plan on a conditional dismissal type of agreement. And before the next 30 days, I believe we'll have that entered and the down payment will be made. So then we'll just submit the appropriate documents.
All right, so let's do that. Miss Artis, is that a fair statement? We're going to adjourn this matter 30 days. We'll adjourn the pretrial. We'll keep it up. We'll schedule it for 30 days out, and the parties can continue to negotiate. And there may be a conditional dismissal or dismissal of some sorts if all the conditions are met. Is that your understanding, Miss Artis?
Yes, it is.
All right. So I'm going to adjourn this pretrial. We'll adjourn to. Let's get a date.
That's a great idea. If I could push the right buttons every time.
End of January. I think it'd be probably the
January 28th at
All
3.
right. So it'll be January 28th at 3 o'clock. And then I'll wait to hear from the parties if we actually need a hearing or if this will end up in a dismissal. And I'll write on here that the parties are continuing to negotiate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions of me, Miss Artis? Are you all set today?
I am all set.
All right. Miss Ellison, do you have any questions of me? Or are you all set today?
I'm all set. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance. I'll see everybody on January 28th at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.